Okay. Where are we? Get this going. So, haven't painted or streamed in general for a few days. Schedule's been a bit more packed this past week or so, but we're here now, and yeah, just want to say, yeah, thank you everyone for 300. That was crazy. Did not see that coming. Yeah, very happy with that. I'm glad that people enjoy the streams enough to stick around as well. That's really cool. Hey Hensley, thanks for dropping by right at the start. Always good to see you. But yeah, I put the vote up, and unsurprisingly, the knight won. I'm actually surprised to see that like that many votes went to the other options as well. But the knight has been on everyone's mind for a while, so yeah, it's no surprise that that was what everyone wanted to see built first. And I have yet to open this, so let's get this one open now and just get building. Yeah, I have no idea what the inside of this box is going to have in store for me. This is probably going to be an absolute monster to build. There's a box inside the box. That's how you know this shit is real. Just put the packaging behind me, see what we've got. So, instructions. How many? Okay. Are you going things good? Yeah, going well. Hanging in there. Been pretty busy with work the past few days, but we got a day off, and so happy to be painting again. Holy shit, this thing is going to be huge. What? Look at the size of these panels. So there's so many sprues, so many sheets for one model. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna be here a while, guys. Jeez. Oh, okay. It looks like this will be intricate. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to fully assemble it before I start painting. Yeah, we'll probably assemble it in chunks so that we can prime it all separately and then glue it all together. This book is so thick for one model. The instruction book is massive. Oh my. Okay, yeah, there's like all the individual pipes and stuff that are gonna get added on. Okay. So, the way that I'm just gonna check, make sure there are no alternate builds that I need to be aware of before we start. Because I know that the little man that stands outside is optional. That's a big fella. This is a big fella. I'm not seeing any huge alternate forms of it. Yeah, the main thing just comes down to the equipment that we put on it. But okay, yeah, the man is just completely separate. The one that I will build will probably be, you can see up here, you have the option of having the cockpit shut or open. I'm probably going to have the cockpit shut, just because I'm not really interested in the little man. But yeah. Other than that, it all seems pretty straightforward. So, Okay. Jeez. I'm gonna set all of this plastic down somewhere out of the way, but still accessible. Maybe just back here. There's too much plastic to keep track of. We'll get our cutters. Yeah, just forget the little guy, focus on the big man, just like the American government. Just like the American government. Okay. So, part 77, 78 for the legs. And we'll need to figure out which one is sheet C. I don't like how high these numbers are. I'm used to, like, pulling out these sheets and it's like, oh yeah, part 15 and 16. Okay, here we are. This is the sheet we need. At 1,254. I would not be surprised. I mean, it's gone up to, I can see 129 here. It's not far off. Like, we've already hit triple digits. Okay. Let's just take it easy, not not open up too much at a time. And let's just clean up the parts that we've got. Good lord, you're in for it, my friend. Yeah, I don't know what I've signed on to here. I knew it was gonna be a, I knew it was gonna be an endeavor. But I don't think I think in my head I knew, but I didn't know until I'd opened this box. Just gonna adjust my chair height because I think we're gonna be in this for a long run. So I need to get my get myself nice and comfortable. You can do it. Thank you, train. We'll see how we go. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. I would not be surprised if this turns into a multi-part stream just for the building. So I'm going to take a lot of care to make sure I get rid of as many mold lines and sprue marks as possible on this because it's such a big model. I want to make sure I do it justice. Yeah, so we are in this for the long haul. Oh man, I just realized what I've signed on for, and it's gonna be a lot of cutting myself, probably. Took you like 2 hours to build one push fit space marine. That would take you a decade. Look, It gets easier the more you do it, but yeah, this is definitely going to take a while. I think I need to cut this back a little bit more because it's on a bit of a weak section, so I don't want to snap it. I don't like the sprues on the really round sections. Always make our lives more difficult than they need to be. I think that's smooth enough for the time being. I think this is going to be pushing into something anyway. I think this is going to get glued, so I don't need to worry too much about it. It's a really awkward spot to try to clean up this sprue because it's not something I can really get my knife in behind, and it's right up against a detail there. I think if I just wedge my knife in here and rotate it outwards, I can scrape it up. Seems to be working pretty well. Maybe just use the back of my knife as well, just to scrape away at the edges of it. And any bad mistakes that I make, any damage that I do to it, I can always just clean up with the forbidden soup. And I wish I had my mic balance set up well enough for you guys to hear this, because it is such a nice sound whenever I'm scraping away with the knife like this. Plastic looks pretty solid. Yeah, I think it's just because it's such a large model. It's just really thick. But there are still some little bits, like the sprues that were on these top sections. Cleaning them up was a little bit sketchy because I didn't want to snap them, because there's just the join there. So all the pressure's getting sent down to the narrow bits there when I'm trying to chop off the sprue with a knife. So still some things that I need to be a bit careful of. What do I do for work? I just work in my family's retail shop. Family's just owned a hardware store for past few generations, and so I just work there, nothing crazy. Means the hours are nice and flexible, so I have a lot of time to paint when I want to. It's not too bad of a deal. Sounds like a nice life I've got for myself. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not stressful, so I don't really have any complaints. And I mean, it helps me pay for the things that I want to do, so yeah, I can't really have any, can't say I have any complaints about it. Just adjusted my chair height again a little bit because my left arm was getting a bit sore from the angle I was leaning on it from. Yeah, I feel like every time I'm doing a stream, I always spend so long trying to set up my chair at the right height. And it's because and then at the end of the stream, I go all the way back. Like I just completely reset my chair height because it's different when I'm just using my computer. And I always forget what the correct height for painting and streaming is. So I end up having to spend so much time just fiddling around with the chair. Hey Soup, how you going? Or not Soup, Pure. Sorry, I've merged the two things in front of me there. How you going, Pure? Okay. Yep, these bits are just going straight together like that. Awesome. Ah, man, I've been spoiled by PushFit. Because now we are back to gluing things. So we bring out the plastic cement and the forbidden soup. Doing good. Had a good game of 40k tonight. Nice. What were the armies? One sec, I see the message. I've just got to quickly apply all this plastic cement before it starts to dry, because there's a lot of surface area I need to hit. You played Inari, a Drukhari Eldari mix. The other side was Chaos Demons. Oh, cool. How'd it go? I didn't realize there was a faction you could play, which is a mix of regular and Dark Eldar. So that's cool. Oh, I didn't get any plastic cement on this little section here. Yeah, I'll apply a little bit of the plastic cement to both sides of my knife blade here. And just see if I can slide it in here and pinch the knife blade so that I can get the cement off it, and then just hold this together. There we are. Oh, it's starting to separate. Just need to pinch it a bit more. In fact, I might just want to, on the ends here, just apply the cement smoothly around it, and that'll help seal the mold line as well. Well, I guess not the mold line, but the seam. Just pinch this for a bit. Hello, hey Chaos Agent, how are you going today? And while we hold this so it can set, let's check out the next bits we'll need, which are going to be parts 59, 56, and 60. Doesn't look like they'll be on this sheet here. He was looking dire in the first couple of turns. You accidentally let a great unclean one, 3-inch deep strike, and it ate your whole arm's firing line. I was not aware that great unclean ones could deep strike. Although I guess it makes sense that most demons can probably deep strike, but that is a terrifying... that is a very terrifying idea. I think I might just be blind. I have no idea where this part I'm looking for is. Surely it's not on the tiny sheet. The tiny sheet is just for the little men, or the little man, right? Yeah, it's not on the tiny sheet. Maybe it is on the first sheet and I'm just blind. Oh yeah, I am just blind. It's all up here. So, 59, 60, and 56 are the parts I need. Um, 56. Okay, that's this one here. Again, what is with all these sprues going on rounded surfaces? I guess there's only rounded surfaces on here, so I can't really complain, but still. Trying to make this mini look good. And I swear, one of the most common things that happens to me while I'm doing these streams is I'll be really, really focused on something, and I lean forward a tiny bit, and my head brushes against my lamp, and it scares the shit out of me. It happens multiple times an hour. Yeah, these little Y-shaped bits are a bit of a pain, because I feel like they're not super sturdy, so I'm scared of snapping them. But they're also really irritating to try to get the sprues off, because the sprues are almost as thick as they are, and there's not a whole lot to hang on to. So I'm just gonna clip away what I can with my cutters before I go in with the knife. Yeah, this one especially is a pain to reach. But we should manage. Yep, there we are. And so... I'm not sure if I fully understand the way it wants me to do this. Essentially, this is going to go on the bottom. This is a leg. But I'm not sure... Oh, I think... Okay, it wants me to do this. I understand now. I'm pretty sure it wants me to do this. I imagine this is correct. Because it can't really put the big ball for the foot anywhere else. Because we've got 4 sockets, and this one's bigger than the others. And so, that'll be for that there. I think maybe we should glue the little bits first before we start trying to do the big thing. Let's figure out where these little Y pieces go. And so... it seems... I am struggling to read this. What does it want me to do here? Oh, okay, are there little notches? Okay, there are little notches. Just need to pick it up and bring it right up to my face to see. So these little Y pieces need to go in here from the looks of it, and they wrap around the front. They're like that, and then the other one. Like that. I don't know what they're meant to connect to in the end, though. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, no, I don't understand. I'll believe it, though. I'll trust that that there'll be a purpose in the end. Just need to make sure I put them in the correct way. Don't think it wants them in like this. No, that doesn't work. Bit of excess plastic cement there, so just gonna wipe that away, smooth it out with my knife blade so that it doesn't turn into a lump. And while all that sets, let's get this sorted out. So that needs to go on like that. And the flat of the foot as well is going to make contact in the middle here. So we'll need to apply some plastic cement to the round parts that'll be making contact. And then the flat of the foot that'll be making contact. And I'll also apply some down here just to be doubly sure. So it should just be able to go in like this. And then we just squeeze the foot into position. Planning to magnetize? Maybe. We'll see. So I don't play the tabletop, so I don't have a whole lot of reason to swap out the parts. But I mean, in the future I might, so it's a good idea. So yeah, once I get around to building the arms and all that, I might drill out some little holes and magnetize it. So yeah, thanks for mentioning it. I'll keep it in mind. I'm not going to be gluing the whole thing together this stream because I do want to prime it separately so that I can sort of paint it and then glue it all together. So the door is going to be open to magnetizing, and I do have the little magnets. So yeah, maybe. That does, however, mean that my workload will increase because I'll need to build and paint all of the arms rather than just 2 of them. We'll let that set, and now next parts are 57, 58, and 55. I imagine they'd be on this sheet as well. We've got 55 here. Awesome, can't wait to see my work. I've done a few nights yourself and you love the surface area they have for freehand painting. Yeah, this is my first night, so I'm very excited for it. Easily the biggest model I've ever built. But they just look so cool. Like, I got the quest, so when I was at the Warhammer shop, I was looking at the Questoris and the Dominus, and the Questoris just has so much more surface area to do heraldry and that sort of thing. So it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And chat has been, they have been very much urging me to build or to buy and build a knight for a while now. So I caved a week or so ago, but I hadn't gotten around to assembling it. But I mean, we hit 300 subs out of nowhere, and so I was like, okay, look, I've got to use this as an excuse to do something big. Yeah, this will be a really fun learning experience for me. Can't wait to follow the journey in the grimdark rabbit hole it takes us all down. Mate, the mountain of plastic grows faster than it shrinks. It's not good. It's so painful. I'm running out of space in my room. Loving every second of it though. I've mentioned this before, but it's like 50% of the dopamine from Warhammer comes from buying the model, and then for me the other 50% comes from painting them. So it's so easy just to keep buying more models and then looking at them on the box, like because I like to see them on the shelf and I'm like, ah, look at how cool that'll be when I build it, and then I just never get around to building it. And then what happens is I start building one, and I run out of one of the paints that I'm using at some point. So I go back into the city to to get more paint. And while I'm there, I spot another box of minis that I like, and I come home with 1 bottle of paint and $80 of minis. It's really bad. That's part 55. I need 57 and 58. There's 57. And there's 58. There's your issue as well. You have a few too many Space Marine and Death Guard combat patrols to finish. Oh, the combat patrols are the worst offenders. Because you see them and it's like, that's awesome value. So many minis. And then you do like maybe 20% of the combat patrol. And then you get like kind of burnt out on that army. And you're like, okay, I'll finish this later. And then... you go and get a new combat patrol and work on that for a bit. That's what it is for me, at least. I started off with a Necron combat patrol, and I painted several Immortals, and then I built all 3 of the Canoptic Wraiths that were in it, and I painted one of them, and then I built and mostly painted the Doom Scythe, or the Night Scythe that was included. And then I was like, I'm burnt out on Necrons. I can't do it anymore. And so now I've just got most of that Necron Combat Patrol lying around, and then I got a Thousand Suns one, which I haven't even touched yet. 30 Poxwalkers a box is a slog. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is the Death Guard Combat Patrol is just so many Poxwalkers. Like, you would think that they would give you more Death Guard. It's like how the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol is just a shitload of Zangors. It's not 30 though. And I imagine that Zangors are probably a little bit more entertaining to paint than Poxwalkers. The Zangors are at least demons, where Poxwalkers are just kind of some icky dudes. I don't know how important these mold lines will be to get rid of, but I want to get as nice a finish as possible on this night, so I'll get rid of any mold lines that I notice. Especially since the mold line on this is quite pronounced. Should be pretty good. Uh-oh. I definitely felt the blade of the knife on my thumb there. I'm scared to look. I don't think there's any blood, but I think I did break at least the top layer of skin. We're all good. No harm done. Okay. Now, I don't know if this foot has a front to it or not. Nothing that is immediately apparent. Although it looks like the 4 points here aren't exactly even. So I'll see if I can find how they line up here. These pins line up well enough? I think they do. What is going on here? Did I make a mess here without even noticing? Yeah, don't know how that got there. I think some glue might have just picked up some scraps there. Yeah, that looks like that's what happened. Well, let's glue the foot on. So our points of contact will be these pins. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this ring. this is how we want it. Like that. Looks like we've got it all pressed together nicely. We'll let that set. And our next bits are going to be these two struts here. So the short one will be on the internal edge. It looks like that, and then the large one on the outside edge. This one fits together quite nicely. I like this. Bit of cement there, and then up here. Yeah, that fits really nicely. So many people. Yeah, I don't know, where, like, so many people just come out of the woodworks for this one, which is really nice. I feel like every stream I do, people just file in sooner and sooner, which is really cool to see. I think it's the anticipation of the night. Been a long time coming. It's been sitting here for a while. Make sure you subscribe. Thank you, that guy. That's I appreciate the shilling. But yeah, work towards that goal of getting me to 10k so we can get that Titan that I've promised. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna so regret it if we do get there somehow. You're just here for the blood. Come on. What is with you guys? Is that just my brand now? I'm not like that Australian guy who's always streaming building or always streaming painting minis. No, I'm the guy who cuts himself on stream. Okay, we're on to the second leg now. Parts 76 and 75. It'll be these ones up here. Every time I use that knife, you hold your breath. Am I that unreliable? Or am I too reliable? Do I too reliably cut myself? You're so scared of doing minis because of that damn knife. But that damn knife, as in my knife? Has my knife traumatized you? Surely not. Audio is a lot better. Cool. I don't think I've made any significant changes to my audio settings since the last couple of streams. Maybe my mic's just sitting in a better spot right now. But yeah, I know that it is definitely improved since the first streams that I did since coming back from my exchange. Because I know that the very first stream that I did when I got back here, there's only like a couple of people in chat, and they were telling me that I hadn't set up the microphone properly to the point where there was only audio in the left ear. Like if you dig back through the stream, you can see it's really bad in the very first streams when I got back. I also had major technical difficulties with like camera heat and camera charge. It was horrible. So I've at least gotten better at using my equipment since then. I now only occasionally forget to plug in my camera. Didn't I cut myself last stream? Did I? Last stream I was painting. How would I cut myself? Did I? The thing is, I don't even trust myself enough to outright reject it. Like, it's entirely possible that I did cut myself while painting last stream. Did I? I might need to go back through and watch it. Like, I'm actually not sure if I cut myself last stream or if I'm just getting gaslit now. I will say this bit that I'm doing here is pretty sketchy. I will not be surprised if I cut myself here. Hello, the audio isn't working. You're trying to fix it back in like 40 minutes. By the way, how do I do? Yeah, not too bad. How are you going, Panzer? Well, I guess if your audio isn't working, probably can't hear that, but if you can, yeah, no worries. Whenever you're able to drop by, that's all good. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I think that's all the sprues for this half of the leg. Howdy everyone. Hey Mark, how you going? Hey, now I can glue these two halves of the leg together. I feel like I say this every time I use plastic cement, but am I just crazy or does it smell like banana? Like, why does it smell like banana? Underneath the, like, the acrid smell of solvent. It's just such, like, a strange combination. Or am I just having a stroke? Am I building a Crusader variant? I'm just going to be building, so it's a Questorus Knight, so I'm just going to be building it. Oh, right, that's, that has to do with the weapons that it has equipped, right? I am not sure at this point. 1 second. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do for weapons. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, yeah. I haven't thought too deeply about, what we're doing with it yet. Hey Silver, how you going? Are you huffing plastic glue? I don't know if I'm huffing it. I'm definitely receiving a dose. Can I taste colors? If so, maybe stop smelling the glue. I'm not tasting any colors yet. It doesn't taste yellow. It just tastes like banana. Okay, let's see how this sets, because I had a couple of issues with the previous one, with these bits not sealing properly. Forbidden banana juice. We've already got the forbidden soup here. We can't have the regular cement be the forbidden banana juice as well. Not too good. Your uncle passed away yesterday and it's bad. You're close. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Need parts. Is it 50? No, I need parts 63, 64, 51. Gotta make the forbidden entree. I don't even. I'm scared of what that means. I don't want to find out what the forbidden entree is. Nearly lost that piece. There's 63 and 64. Then 51 there. So far, I'm pretty impressed with the quality of the print on these. Or on, I guess not on the print, on the mold of these parts. there's very little in the way of mold lines. I've encountered a couple on like the supports and that sort of thing. But overall, the molds are pretty smooth, and the parts fit together quite nicely. So I don't think I should need to use much sprue goo to try to fill it in. It'll be quite nice. It's a welcome change from all the really fiddly little models that I've had to deal with up until now. Because I feel like for a lot of the really small models, the quality of the print just goes way down because they lose a lot of the precision. And also when they're printing a bunch of them together, they're not as worried about the quality control. Yo, hey Francois. How are you today? Now you gotta open at night, huh? Look, I won't tell you what you have to do, but I at least am gonna be plugging away at this one for a while. You're doing? That's the way. Just gotta keep plugging on. That's all you can do. As long as you keep doing it, that's all that matters. Forgot to mention this, but you're painting your knight. Right, okay. So we're all in this together with the big minis. Yeah, I'm not sure if I mentioned this or not, but like I knew the knight was gonna be pretty big. I was like, in my mind, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be pretty big. I was not expecting the parts to be like this big, like the shoulders to be like. This is not a mini at this point. This is like this is like a scale model. I guess minis are scale models, but like it's so huge. No, you said you would. You have a bunch of them, so it's a good excuse to do one. Righto. As long as I'm not forcing you to buy another, then that's all good. I will not take responsibility for anybody else's poor financial decisions. I barely take responsibility for my own. You have 5 that are what do you mean by NIB? I'm not sure if I'm fully keeping up, sorry. Or nib. I don't know. Oh, not it. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. New inbox. Okay. Right. Okay. Wait, you've just got 5 inboxes sitting around. I assumed that you meant like you had like 5 at various stages of build, but you just got 5 completely new ones. I'm feeling a lot better about my my stash now. I'm glad that I always have you here to put things in perspective, Francois. It makes it easier to justify my buying of new minis. Painting Ogrins, they're larger than a Space Marine. I knew Ogrins were big, I didn't realize they were that big. Also, the nicest boys in the Imperium. Gonna build a Night Castigator. I am not familiar with that one. I'm assuming it's probably quite large. One sec. I need to see this. I need to get a reference. Oh wow, those are cool. Yeah, that is a very cool knight. Okay. I need to stop looking at other knights though. I need to reduce the number of large minis I have unbuilt, not increase them. It's just a tad taller than the regular knights. Yeah, it's cool how it's it appears to be like taller than it is wide, where the like where at least like with the Questoris and the Dominus, they're almost as wide as they are tall. They're a little bit taller, but it's like they're more of a square build in a way, whereas it looks like the Castigator is quite noticeably taller. Yeah, man, I really love just building the minis. It's just so therapeutic just carving away at the plastic. You want to do this model, but at the same time you're not excited about it? A bit too large for your liking, or is it just the details are too fiddly? Because from what I saw when I had a look at the image briefly, it looks like it has a fair bit in the way of recessed details. Man, this thing is going to be huge when it is built. I feel like I'm going to say this so many more times over the course of this build. But this thing is going to be massive. Oh shit, I think I may have put this in the wrong way. Oh no, we're all good. Okay, for a second I scared myself into thinking I got both of the legs facing the same way. I didn't. It's fine. It's all the hand painting of the crazy battle scenes and heraldry. Yeah. You paint your models in subassembly, so it's going to be on your desk for a while. Yeah, I'm going to paint this one in subassembly, just because of how big it is. I'm at least going to prime it in subassembly. Depending on how exposed the details are, I might just paint it all when it's together. because it looks like at least the build of the Questoris is pretty straightforward. I might be able to assemble most of it and just have like the arms off for sub-assembly painting. Braid and parts, assemble all but the armor pads, keep those off to paint separate. The chassis is easy and quick, but you don't want to manhandle the giant model while trying to hand paint. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can see it now, me trying to, like, spin this massive thing around while I'm trying to paint it and keep it in camera view. Yeah, I can 100% see how that'd be a pain. Yeah, I think my thumb is slowly but surely becoming blade proof, guys. I've felt the blade hit my thumb many times and not a single drop of blood has been drawn. I think I'm triumphing over Khorne. The deeper I go into Slanesh, the less hold Khorne can have on you. Go Knights of Slanesh. Look, just because my my acquisition of minis has been a little bit excessive recently does not mean that I have fallen into the grasp of Slanesh yet. I'm hanging on. If anything, I'm undivided at this point. Maybe leaning towards Slanesh, but like I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm currently at the denial stage, and I plan to remain in the stage of denial indefinitely. Okay, parts 81 and 82 next. Are they on this sheet? Don't lie, I bought that Kairos Fate Weaver, didn't I? Look, this is this, that is that. That's an entirely separate thing, okay? we can let that one slide. Where is 80? I think they might be on this one here. So many sheets, I don't know where the parts are. Don't think it's on that one. Don't think it's here. Surely it'd be on this one. This is where all the other parts for the this section have been. There's 85 here. There's 83. Surely 80. Oh, there's 82. We have 81. We have 81. Okay. I did. All hail Slanesh. Okay. Oh, did you not know? Okay, yeah, I did buy it. I did buy it. You have 3 feral cats you feed at your work. Slanesh, Khorne, and Nurgle. Or Slanesh, Nurgle, and Khorne is the one that attacks you when you feed him and try to pet him. Are you the only person who refers to them as such, or has have the names caught on? I believe it's on sheet 70. There are a few too many sheets for my liking for this model. Great Unclean One will puke on the Lord of Change. I don't doubt it. I think, like, the Great Unclean Ones are just having a great time. They're just loving life. Finally, some sprues that are not on rounded surfaces. Instead, we've just got some that are in really awkward spots, like this. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Panzer. Fix the audio, that's good. Oh, I'm going to have so much plastic all over my desk when I'm done here. Is that heresy? Panzer, why are you surprised? My chat is full of nothing but heretics. My chat is a hotbed for Kornite worshippers, Slaneshi cultists, and gene stealers. This is nothing new. Although I guess Nurgle has started to have more of a presence in the past week or so. Oh, you're the only Inquisitor. You've got your work cut out for you. At least there aren't any Tau supporters. Yo, okay, come on F-15, chill. Take it easy on my boys. They've done nothing wrong. They're just trying to live in their little corner of the galaxy. Do I know what house I'm going to paint it in? No, I have not gotten that far yet. Once it's built, I'll probably take some time to have a look at different house styles. And if there aren't any that I'm particularly grabbed by, then I might just make up my own. You built 4 Death Corp snipers today. You have 16 more Death Corp to build, and you ordered a Field Marshal and 2 Field Artillery weapons today. Oh, nice. Okay, so you're really going all in on them now, because I know you've been working on them for a little while. Is it going to be a free blade? Yeah, it might be a free blade. It depends on whether any of the houses catch my interest. But, yeah, I have no hard or fast plans at this point. You're not the only Inquisitor here. You have your badge of office here. You would have to be quite a radical Inquisitor with how much you have referenced Slanesh. The new Kill Team Vespid Sting Tail look awesome. Oh, yo, man, I'm really interested. Like, Vespid are really cool. me every time anybody mentions anything from Warhammer. Oh yeah, that's really cool. I want it. You're doing knights as free blades in your Death Corps of Krieg color. Nice, yeah. I think that's the really cool thing is, I think I'd prefer to do my knight as a free blade just because it means that I can really easily just match its color scheme to whatever other armies I have. Not any rules against being both. That's called heresy. Look, it could be called heresy, but maybe that's just what it takes to get the job done. Inquisitors are above the law, Panzer. You should know this. The Vespid stole our sanguinary guards' wings. It's so strange that they got rid of the wings. But I mean, it's not like the Vespid didn't have wings to begin with. I guess the sanguinary guards did have wings to begin with. They just lost theirs. Hey, I think I can glue these bits together without fear. Yep. Upset about the new kill team drop troops being Scions. They should have been Elysian drop troops. Yeah, because you've been doing a lot of Elysian troops lately, haven't you? Man, this background music isn't fitting. You should do some Imperial Knight music. No, but I feel like if I drop away to some different background music, I might get done by the Inquisition for copyright. So I'll play it safe with what I know for the time being. Uh, 66 and 67. There's 67. Doom Radio is safe for use. I feel like if I was playing Doom Radio, I would not be able to focus on anything. That's why I like this music here, because I feel like one thing I struggle a lot with is listening to music while I do things. It just distracts me way too much. I don't know if it's like ADHD or what, but yeah, at least with this music here, it's really easy for me just to play while I paint, and it doesn't really draw my attention too much, doesn't fry my brain. Because I feel like that's a very common thing for me, is I'll be doing something and listening to music, and then I'll just I'll just get like Men in Black just like flashbanged, and I just completely forget everything that I was doing. What kind of knight am I going to build? If I don't know, then you got some options that are good for Dark Angels, a Paladin, Warrant, and Errant. yeah, I haven't decided what variant I'm gonna go with. I had someone earlier ask if I was going to magnetize, so I might magnetize so that I can do all of the different arm variants and just swap it around. That way, if at some point I do ever get into the tabletop, I'll have the options. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna go with. I feel like the giant chainsword is really, really cool. So I might end up doing that as the default setting for it, though. Can't be bothered to buy a drill to magnet. Yeah, I noticed when I was actually at the what is it? At the hobby shop the other day when I may or may not have purchased Kairos Fate Weaver, that they do have these little hand drills that go for like 30 bucks, which is, or maybe it was like 20 or 30 bucks, which isn't too bad, and it'd be a bit easier than trying to use a battery drill for something really small, or trying to, like, or using a Dremel, which is way more expensive. So, like, if I do decide to do it, like, just using a little hand drill like that would be fine. Play the rule of cool always. Yeah, I mean, yeah, since I don't have a, since I don't play the tabletop, there's nothing that's really saying that I need to build them according to predetermined patterns. So I'll build whatever is the coolest to me. Magnet Baron is where you got your kit, and it's an amazing set. So is it a hand drill, like a manual one, or is it like a little power drill, like a Dremel? Because for a lot of things, I probably won't be able to get the exact things that you guys use, because being in Australia, a lot of things are just unbelievably expensive to ship down here. But I mean, if I can find equivalents, then I'll do that. Yeah, it's a hand drill, comes with blue drill bits, magnets, and polar things, so you don't get your polarization mixed up. I see. Random thought, if you could add any form of Xenos that is somewhat canon or not, what would it be? So when you say add any form of Xenos, do you mean like, as in like, if they could be real, or like if I could add a Xeno to the Warhammer setting? Because I feel like a vast majority of the Xenos in the Warhammer setting, if they were to be real, it would be apocalyptic. Like, even like the Tau would be like the most chill option, and that's still pretty dystopian. Choose a helmet yet? I have not. I am working from the ground up. Once we get to the arms and the head, then I'll decide those things once we get there. Yeah, in the Warhammer setting. So if I were to add a Xeno to the Warhammer setting, I feel like the Sangheili from Halo would be really cool to see in there. Just 'cause I feel like the Covenant is a really, really cool variant or not variant, but I like it's just such a cool faction that I think does kind of fit into 40k in terms of like the power. They're being not from 40k, of course. They're not as powerful as all the other 40k factions. They're probably comparable to the Tau, but they've got like all the aesthetic going, like all the alien races, the fanatic religious, like the fanatic religious zealotry, all that sort of stuff. I feel like they'd be really cool in Warhammer. Dead Space monsters, true. Oh my, the fucking, the moons and all that, that would be horrifying. I mean, not really, because it isn't grimdark enough. I mean, need more null oil. I feel like the Covenant from Halo are probably about as grimdark as the Tau are. It's like I feel like the Tau are like they're kind of just chilling out in their own space, and I think like but I guess the issue is we already have the Tau, so there's no need for the Covenant, because like the whole point of the Tau is kind of to give a perspective as to just how fucked up everything is, by having a relatively normal point of view in the galaxy. So there's no real need to put the Covenant in as another form of that. Everything is too sleek in the Covenant. Yeah, they are. Yeah, because I guess the Tau have got their own sort of stuff in that regard, but I guess, yeah, a lot of their stuff, it's not, it's sleek, but it's still, it's like quite boxy and not really super sci-fi, where Halo aesthetically is very, very sci-fi. So yeah, in that space, I can see Dead Space being really good for like Warhammer aesthetically. Yeah, I can imagine a Gundam robot fighting an Imperial Knight. I mean, that's basically Tau Tau battle suits fighting Space Marines. Tau battle suits are just Gundams. Need parts 84 and 83 now. But yeah, I can see that. The Covenant is a bit too sci-fi aesthetically, whereas a lot of where basically 40k for the most part is just fantasy in space. Not sure if I'm just blind, or if this other part that I'm looking for is not on this sheet. Fantasy paired with somewhat realistic stuff. Yeah, it's just, it's space, it's gothic space. It's such a weird setting, but it's so cool. Okay, there's the bit I'm looking for. Speaking of fantasy, I will not lie. When I went to the city the other day to buy Kairos, I was on the lookout for any Skaven or lizard folk from Warhammer Fantasy to build, because I think that they are really, really cool. But I didn't go to the Warhammer shop. I just went to the gaming store that I usually visit. So they didn't have any of those in stock. So my wallet was saved. Just because the Warhammer stop, or Warhammer Shore is like another 15-minute walk from where my usual gaming store is. So I couldn't be bothered to go and walk down there and then come back again. I don't know about you, but do you translate some of the transfers? What do you mean by translate them? Like, as in... Oh, okay, as in, like, translate them from Latin back into English? I haven't, no. Because, because the transfers, they're not real Latin, are they? They're like Latin adjacent. Enim Imperator? And what does that mean? For the Emperor. Okay, yeah. Always wonder if we could get different dreadnought types in the future. Oh, mate, I am... Like, I've got a dreadnought from the Leviathan set that's sitting there. It's another one of the minis that I have that is really, really cool that I really want to build, but I've got so many other things that I've got to do first. Yeah, I feel like surely we'd get some more dreadnought types because we did get the Primaris dreadnought with Leviathan, so it's opened the door to like new dreadnoughts being made in the lore. I won't be online for a few days, probably until next weekend because school's starting for you. So yeah, oh well, that's all good, mate. Whenever you're available. You have a VDR Predator, which is a twin-linked assault cannon turret, and plasma cannon Spontans you named Crucido, which means slaughter or decimation. I see. Imagine flying dreadnoughts. I don't think we'll get flying dreadnoughts. I think their power supplies are a bit too inefficient for that. I think that'd be cool, but at the same time, I feel like that'd kind of take away from just how much of an absolute unit they are. Because I feel like half the appeal of a dreadnought is just the fact that it is this absolute monster, just like rocketing across the battlefield, just stomping through everything. Did a land raider with a quad assault cannon sponsor named Omerta, the Code of Silence. Yeah, that's really cool. Just like the idea of having like your own unique named units and stuff. Maybe when I have enough minis built, I will get to the point where I can do that. Although I guess this knight could be a cool first one to do like that, just as a free blade, and then just come up with all the heraldry and stuff myself. They'd be far lighter and weaker than their heavy counterpart. Yeah, but I feel like the issue then is, it's kind of, at least in my eyes, like the whole appeal of a dreadnought is just how much of an absolute unit it is. I feel like it just wouldn't be a dreadnought if it's not this massive, just like man mountain. Because like I feel like the closest thing in the setting to a flying dreadnought would be like a Tau Crisis suit, where like they are like super mobile, really powerful weapon platforms that have jetpacks. But the thing is, like, you compare them to a dreadnought, and if a dreadnought gets its hands on a crisis suit, that fire warrior is dying in seconds. The Blood Angels have a flying dreadnought. They do. I feel like, at least for me, the fantasy of the Dreadnought is just this absolute unit that is just walking, like just stomping through the battlefield. We need more orc in here. Hey, I mean, I've done an orc before. Well, not just any old orc. I've got a croc. But I'm down to do orcs. I think they're probably not on the, they're not at the top of my list. So I probably won't do them for a while. A massive man mountain. Just look at you falling to Slanesh doesn't mean you need to get fruity about it. Look, I'm just saying what I see. A dreadnought is a man mountain. I don't think I'd want to get frisky with one. I don't think there's much to get frisky with in there. Look, I'm not like I'm not a tech priest. That I don't get off to whatever that is. I need like a bare minimum amount of flesh. Relieved of your duties as an inquisitor for supporting Slanesh and saying such horrendous stuff. Yeah, come on, Francois, chill. We've got children in the chat. Gotta take it easy around the kids. Who are you calling children? I didn't name any names, Panzer. You're getting a bit defensive there. Undercover Inquisitor. Yeah, undercover. So you don't need any inverted commas around the undercover there? Who are you undercover for? Isn't Warhammer for like teens and above? Look, I reckon Warhammer is for anybody who gets exposed to it. I got into Warhammer when I was like, 8 or 9 because I had a friend at school who was playing Dawn of War, and he got me into it like that. So, and it's like, at that point we were just playing the Dawn of War game, so we didn't really understand quite how grimdark it was. But yeah, that's really cool. I reckon like Warhammer's, I don't think there's too much of an age restriction on it because it's accessible for a lot of people. And when you're young enough, you don't really understand what you're reading about or watching. No, it's for adults. Gatekeep the community. Hold the line. Yeah, no, about that, like, just on that note, one thing that I've found really cool was, when I was, like, first getting back into streaming and all that sort of thing, I was so surprised by how welcoming the community is. I thought for sure that Warhammer was going to be one of those communities where it's, like, kind of, sort of elitist, where it's like, oh, you don't play this army, blah, 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 and all that sort of thing. But no, like, all of you guys have been so welcoming, and, like, it's been really cool just talking to all of you guys who have been doing the hobby for so long, and it's really neat just having people who are excited to share what they care about. Dad Hammer is part of the reason our rules suck and keep getting worse, yeah? Oh man, this is where it starts to take shape. I mean, I need to convert more people to Imperial Knights. you have found some success already. Okay, so we need to have like this. Yeah, you gotta be friendly, otherwise people won't want to play your army true. You need to bait people in. You might want to be a bit careful with what you're saying though, Panzer, because you seem to be like this line of reasoning seems to fall under what someone might refer to as temptation. And I think there's a certain chaos god who is really into that sort of thing. You might want to watch what you say. You heard nothing. Look, I'm not gonna tell anyone. Like if that's what you're into, that's like that's on you. I'm not gonna judge you. You discovered Warhammer by the Art when you were 10 and seen Astartes, and when you were 14 you started your old Space Marine versus Death Guard project. You're 19 now? Yeah, nice. It's a really fun hobby to get into, and it's cool how it reaches everybody in different ways. Because like the main reason for me that I found it was when I was a kid, I was really into I played a lot of RTSs. Like I grew up on Age of Empires and Age of Mythology. And so it was just kind of like the natural progression for me to find and start playing Dawn of War. And yeah, it just went from there. Next parts are 68, 70, 69, and 71. Do not try to be friends with the world. To be friends with the world is to earn the enmity of the Lord. James 4:4. Gatekeep the community. Stop trying to make Warhammer for everyone. DEI hammer bad. Warhammer, unlike most hobbies, is hard to enter but hard to progress. Oh, do you mean easy to enter but hard to progress, maybe? Because I feel like there's so many opportunities for people to be exposed to it. Or maybe, I guess it could be hard to enter because there's like a big barrier to like understanding the lore and all that sort of thing. I think it has a huge and naturally diverse community, people of all ages and backgrounds getting into every different part of the hobby. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. It's like, it's just really cool because, like, for example, with this stream here, all I like doing with the hobby is just, like, I played the video games and I like building and painting the models. But it seems like most of you guys here, or at least a lot of you guys, are very much into the wargaming side of things, which I probably will not end up touching, but nonetheless, it's really fun to talk to you guys about it. It's cool how, like, all the hobbies are, all the sides of the community, they're kind of separate, but they all overlap. Reasoning money. When you start the hobby, your wallet becomes an onion. When you open it, it cries. Or when you open it, you cry. Yeah, I will say that there is no shame quite like standing in the Warhammer store and then looking at the price tag on something and then pulling out your phone and moving money from your back account to your front account so that you can afford to buy it. There is, like, I feel like that is the most degrading experience I have ever gone through, because it's like, I have the opportunity to stop what I'm doing and leave, but I do it anyway. It's, it's quite fucked up. Lies, deceptions, every day, it's more lies. And when you finish, if a robber broke into your house to look for money, you'd get up and look with him. If the robber had any idea of value, though, he would be bringing a trolley and he would be wheeling away all of the grey plastic to sell. He could sell it at a 15% markdown and he would come out a millionaire. All hail Slaneshi bank transfers. It is so upsetting every time I'm standing in the hobby shop and I'm transferring money from account to account. It's like, I look at the number go down and I'm like, I should not be doing this. You've only started your Prime Dummy and you don't know what chapter homebrew you should do. Yeah, it's up to you, really. I'm not sure. Is there a Legion that you're a big fan of? Because you can just, like, you can like model it after a Legion you like, but then just come up with your own chapter color scheme for it. You go for eBay a lot now. Yeah, I feel like eBay is probably a really good alternative, but I don't know. I feel like for me, half the fun of the getting of new models is going into the shop and looking around, because that was a really big thing for me while I was in Japan on my university exchange, was just going to the Warhammer store and just like taking in the sights. eBay, you kind of lose the ambience of the shop. You like recast that cheapen the real thing and look just as good? But yeah, you feel great when you sit in the car and start drilling over the box for 10 minutes before racing home. Yeah, that's the big thing for me, is just like is just being in the Warhammer shop, because then you get to like see all the cases and displays with the minis that other people have painted. You gotta go now. This chat's too heretical and you'll be executed for being near this chat. See you and have a lovely day. See you later, Panzer. Thanks for dropping by. Where did all my money go? Well, there was Skaven Tide and Mechanicum Box and Hive Secundus, and it is like that. I've got too many boxes behind me. It's like there's this corner of my room which I actively avoid looking at, because if I look there, I will see all of the boxes and models that I haven't opened. You want to do a mix of Blood Angels mixed with Salamanders, and a very good suppressive fire. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So as in like a successor chapter based off both of them, that'd be neat. Yeah, I feel like Salamanders are so underrated for just how cool they are. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just not that they're underrated, they're just underrepresented because they're all fucking dead. They are underrated. Yeah, I feel like that's like one thing that really upsets me about like GW with the way they present Space Marine chapters, is you only ever see the Ultramarines doing cool stuff, and then in any event where it's not the Ultramarines doing cool stuff, it's the Space Wolves, and otherwise it's just everyone else is just left by the wayside. And it's like, I've kind of, at first I didn't really mind the Space Wolves, but I feel like over the years I've come to dislike the Space Wolves just because they're like the Ultramarines, but not the Ultramarines. They're just like the cool, they're just like the cool guys who can do everything. Having a huge debate with yourself over converting your Iron Hands chapter or successor chapter to Salamanders. Look, I mean, Salamanders are so cool. Also, they're just such nice guys. Like I mentioned earlier in this stream, Ogrins are like the nicest guys in 40k, but there's also the Salamanders who are just genuinely good people who actually care about civilians. Like they're the only Space Marines that are actually still human at heart. Is there much in the way of Salamander's successors? I was under the impression that all of the, most of the Salamanders, like, the Salamanders just turned from a Legion to a chapter because not many of them were left after the drop site massacre. Black armor is cool but kind of boring to paint. I 100% sympathize with you. My Necron color scheme is black, and it's really cool, but it is such a pain to get a nice finish with. And so it's just tedious. So I can feel for you. They have a couple of successor chapters, righto. I think 4 official, and possibly somehow spawned the Marines Malevolent. Did white marble for your Necrons. That sounds very cool. That sounds really cool. What color did you do for the light effects? I feel like white marble would go really well with a cold blue. Oh, you did go with blue? Yeah, I feel like that'd be really cool. Yeah, because I was when I was experimenting around with my Necron color schemes when I first got started, I did do white for one of them, but it was more like just bone white because I wanted to see what it would be like to do the Necrons as though they were more like actual skeletons, and I really liked the result of it. But I didn't really do much more with it. But yeah, I do really like the more pale Necron color schemes. I feel like there's just so much you can do with Necrons. All the guns and joints are unpolished, dark jade stone. Oh my, that sounds so cool. Okay, and so these 2 little thingos that I've done, so this is that one, and this is that one. They need to somehow go underneath there. Necrons are easy to paint but painful to assemble. Yeah, I have a pain painting them as well because I try to go really hard on doing all of the recess details. So like I try really hard to paint inside their recesses, which is not fun. How is this meant to go in? Surely it doesn't want me to do that, right? Does it want me to do like... this? Oh, okay, I think that's what it wants. something like that. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. That's an odd one. Oh, I just managed to pull off a section of it. We'll need to re-glue that. I'll just pull that clear. Gently. Wiggle it free without tearing anything. And we'll re-glue that in a second. Okay, I think just like that should be good. Yep, that's binding. While that glues, let's put this top section back on. Paint scheme would have a dark crimson with some bright orange for the armor trimmings and black pauldron shoulders, heads, and aqua blue for the eyes. Dark crimson, bright orange. Right, okay. Yeah, that sounds cool. Just need to make sure I get this to sit properly. Think it's all in place. That should be good. Now I can do the other strut. And for the rest of the assembly, I'll probably not glue the torso down on top of the legs. I'll probably then build the torso and have all of that, and then the arms separate again. Just that I have different sections to work with. We just need to put this leg strut in. But yeah, this building this knight reminds me a lot of building my Tau broadside suit. I think it's just because of the shape of the legs and everything. Very similar experience. Because I'll go and grab my broadside while this sets. So I feel like structurally it's not that far off. One moment. Yeah, because I feel like the legs of the knight, they're like the broadside's legs, just scaled up a lot. Like, it's similar thing, just a lot bigger. It's like it's a nice little it's fun to go back to, because it feels like I'm in familiar waters, at least. Yeah. Oh, okay, the legs aren't finished yet. I've still got some tubes and stuff to attach onto it. So parts 79 and 80. Oh my goodness, that just went flying. What is this purple from? I have no idea where this has come from. I think it's just set purple paint. It must have come from the lid of my Xerius Purple. But I don't know how it got here. I haven't got any paint out at the moment. Yeah, my desk is an absolute mess. Hey, now where are these tubes meant to go? So we've got, spin this way, got the long one over here, and the short one over here. So it looks like they are meant to go into the back. Like that. There are so many little parts here. This is crazy. This is going to be a pain to paint. Off to bed, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, Hensley, like always. Have a good sleep. I think Games Workshop should do revamp chainswords for the Primaris dreadnoughts. Imagine dreadnoughts with chainswords. That would be terrifying. Spray black over brush metallic, null oil wash, chassis is done. I could do that, but also, I feel like manually painting this thing would be so much fun. Or at least manually painting as much as I can. I'd probably, what I'd do is I'd black prime, and then I don't know what scheme I'd want to go with, is the thing. But I might black prime, and then, if I want to go for a rusted thing, I feel like the sponging technique could be really cool. So, if I go black prime, and then I spray over that brown, and then I sponge on metallic to get the look of, rusted metal, and then onto the panels where I've got all the heraldry and stuff. Then I can potentially that'll all be brown as well. I can then sponge on the house colors or the Free Blades colors, and then go from there. I think that could be really cool. And then I can do the heraldry over the top. Or maybe what I'd do is I'd do an even coat of the base color, and then I'd do the heraldry, and then I would sponge brown over the top of that to weather it. And then I can do washes over the top of that. Debating putting a Thunderhammer on your Dreadnought. Do you have an appropriately sized Thunderhammer for a Dreadnought? Um, 73, 74, 61, 62. Let's just cut out 61 and see how it sits, because it's possible that I might do these panels separate. So face it forward. And so this is 61, this would go down here. Right. So for all these armor plates, we're gonna do these separate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut these out, clean them up, and then write on the inside what number they are, so that I know where they need to go for the assembly. Did a Thunderhammer Storm Shield Dreadnought. The Dreadnought has a great Thunderhammer for the job. I see. I guess it does make sense that smaller knight weapons can just be transferred over to a dreadnought. Okay, I'm just gonna with a paintbrush because I don't have. Oh, actually, no, I do have a pen. That'd be easier rather than having to waste some paint on this. This is 61. 61. One moment. I'm just going to quickly go and get a glass of water. Be back in just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Legs, yes. Legs indeed. So let's cut out part 62. So what's my plan for the base? I have no idea. I've got a lot of basing supplies, so I'm pretty free in what I can do. I have not thought about it yet, though. I'm not sure if if you've noticed by now, but I don't really go into these things with a plan of attack. I just kind of make it up as I go along and then hope for the best. I feel like that's that's just my way of doing things. It's a bit more unstructured, but I feel like it's easier for me that way because it just lets me focus on what I'm doing right now rather than thinking ahead, because then I don't really feel like I'm not making any progress because I'm not itching to get onto this next thing. I'm just focusing on what I'm currently doing. You have 8 Deathcore Ogrins. The other 2 are done. Nice. So you're getting there. Very chaotic, and Slaneshi just diving right in. No. This is a true Tzeentch way of painting. Look, it's just look, the plan is subject to change. What happens happens. This is part 62. I need 73 and 74. Three. 74. Accidentally took a chip out of it there. We'll just have to say that's part of the design now. It's your bedtime. You'll be good and have a good time. Rewatch the stream so you can see the progress. Enjoyed watching your work. Can't wait to binge watch your videos. Cool. Thanks for dropping by, Panda. Get yourself some sleep, and yeah. Thank you for hopping in here. Always good to have you. Where did 74 go? Did I lose part 74? No, it's up here. Okay. nearly just took the end off my finger with that one. I hope no one saw that. It is what we call a close call. But look, I didn't cut myself, so it's fine. No harm done. B24 and C72. I think for 24 and 72, I might be able to just put them on. Because, they're not particularly... They don't overhang a huge amount. Just like with 72 here, this goes on this knee. I think I can get away with just putting this on. Yeah, it's not too in the way. Yeah, you're off to bed too. When am I going to stream again? I am probably going to... What day is it? Tuesday for me. So... It probably won't be for another 1, 2, 3 days. So it's Tuesday for me. I probably won't be streaming until Friday. But then I will probably be able to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll be able to get 3 streams in a row there. But next 2 days I will be off. Well, I'll be working pretty much all day. So yeah, 3 days till the next one. But then we should get 3 in a row, which will be good. Yeah, maybe I should invest some time in just putting together a streaming schedule that I can do on a community post every now and then, or every week, so that people can see when I'll be available to stream, rather than just having to wait for the scheduled stream to pop up. It'd help hold me to account as well, so I can actually make sure I stream on the days when I'm available. Alright, you'll see you then. Right, cool. Thanks for dropping by, Silver. Get yourself some rest, mate. What paint scheme am I going to do my Imperial Knight in? Remember that thing about the base that we just went over? I have no idea, brother. I do not go into these things with a plan in the slightest. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. 3 days, you're not that far behind on your build. Francois, I reckon I could have started a week ahead of you and you would still overtake me. Like, you are the painting Terminator. I don't think that I can I don't think that there's ever any contest there. Okay, so yeah, let's see how this sits there. I think it's just like that. Yours are a house from Caliban. Yeah, so are they the same sort of green color as Dark Angels, or are they different? Hey, this I can put on. This isn't gonna interfere with the painting at all. Quite slow compared to most in your opinion, but you don't airbrush. Yeah, but I have an airbrush, but I'm very bad with it. I've only used it a couple of times now. So, yeah, it'll take me a while as well, don't you worry. And I will also say, having used the airbrush a little bit now, is I feel like there are very clear differences in result that you get between an airbrush and overbrushing. I feel like there's like there are a lot of things where I could airbrush that I'd still rather dry brush just because of the little bit of texture you can get out of it. Horus Heresy, First Legion, Black Color Scheme. Ooh, nice. How did I get this to sit properly a second ago? I'm so lost. Have I flipped it? I think I flipped it. There we are, that's what we want. Where is 24? I feel like 24 isn't going to be on this sheet, is it? It's marked as B, so that is a different sheet then. Dark Mechanicum would be a cool paint scheme. Yeah, that would also be quite cool. You got to do your base now before you go any further with feet and legs. Yeah, once I figure out what I'm doing with the base, I'll just alter the feet and legs after the fact. Like, I'll probably have it standing flat, but then, I'll just build up the base around it. Probably the easiest way to go about it for me. Where is this other knee pad? I swear, I'm just blind, aren't I? I don't know how I'm so completely unable to see this piece. Is it on this one? There it is. Okay, it was on the one piece that I hadn't looked at. Not a fan of that large of the static pose, and basing after is fine for small infantry, but not for large bases like this, in your opinion? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, once I've assembled it, I'll probably assemble it, and then once I've got the like before I prime everything, I'll do the base, and then I might cut some things and change its angles and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I've got a lot of minis lying around that I haven't used, so I might convert some Tyranids or some Necrons into parts of the base here, which could be cool. Okay, just need to make sure these still fit in. Just like that, they do. All good. Cool. The bottom ones will still fit. Yep, cool. And now we need C65 and B25. I believe B is this one. B is 25. And so for the banner here, I might decide to freehand it. So I'm not sure if I should, instead, well, maybe not freehand it, maybe just do transfers for it because it's a flat piece. But that being the case, I don't know if I should scrape off the front of it or not. We'll leave it for the time being. We'll cut it all out and prep it. We won't deface anything just yet. What would happen if Horus never turned heretic? I don't think... Well, I think the Imperium would have been chilling. Probably would have gone into a golden age, because then we wouldn't have had the... well, the Emperor would have finished his Webway project and all of that. So then the Imperium would no longer have to rely on the warp to travel faster than light, and chaos might not have become an issue, at least for mankind. But I think the whole thing was that no, even if Horus didn't like turn heretic, somebody would. It was something like the whoever was the War Master was always destined to betray, well, whoever the Emperor made into War Master was always doomed to fall to chaos. Hashtag screw Erebus. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, this part I will probably paint before I attach it, just because it'll be easier to work with. And then that also gives me the freedom to decide whether or not I want to scrape off the heraldry on the front. Yo, what if I make this a Skaven knight. Huh? Huh? I go and buy some Skaven kits, and I convert this into a Skaven knight. That would that not be awesome? Have like a bunch of rat boys riding on it, and have it all like dripped out to be as like ramshackle as possible. And change these wolves into rats. Do it. I'm tempted now. I am tempted now. Have it green with all the warp fire on it, or have like green glows. And then I don't necessarily have to make it the same as your Space Marines. I could make it the same as my Space Marines. I could make it like these dudes. Or, hear me out, I make it... Hell, the wolf symbol can easily be rats. That's what I'm thinking. That's what gave me the idea. I was looking at these little wolf heads, and I was like, these kind of look like rats. And so, yeah. But look, I could make it the same as the Space Marines, or I could make it a Skaven mech and decorate the base with some dead Dark Angels. Just do up some more of the Space Marine models I have as Dark Angels, and then just scatter them on the base there, like crushed underfoot. Next part. Need 65. But Skavens are from Age of Sigmar. That we know of. They could be out there. The Milky Way's a big place, brother. They could be out there. I don't play the tabletop, so it doesn't need to be lore friendly. The day the Skaven appear in 40k will be the day I start playing the tabletop. I'll come out with the Skaven Knight already pre-built, and it will be glorious. Dark Angels could never lose to Skaven, better paint them as Ultra Smurfs. True, actually true. True and real. The Blueberry Boys will be the ones who lost to the Skaven. I could make it a Chaos Knight with humans mutated to be rats. I could. I feel like actually I'd probably have an easier time doing a Skaven Knight by basing it off of a Chaos Knight, just because it's aesthetically more similar. Like all the spikes and that sort of thing are already included, and I wouldn't have to do as much surgery on the model. Maybe we could do that. Next time I get a knight, I get myself a nice big Chaos Knight, and I do it up as a Skaven Knight. Okay, and so this, I can probably afford to put this on. It's not obstructing anything, really. Yeah, this part can go on. Yeah, I think the pins are in there, so it should be setting. Yeah. That should be good. I think with that, because that just goes in there. So I think with that, the legs are done. Just check the next page, see what we're looking at. Yeah, now we're onto the torso. So I'll move our legs over here. With our other leg sections. So now we've got the big bits. I mean, all of the bits are big bits. I don't think I'm going to have an open cockpit on it. I don't know where I decide whether it's open or closed. It looks like it's not until quite a bit later. I don't know why it tells me to put the man in there if I'm just going to glue the lid shut. I'm not going to bother putting the man in there. I'm just going to glue the lid shut. You'll never see him anyway. So, what parts do we need? We need 106. Is that on here? No. Hey, we're going to a different sheet now. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Just hit the microphone. You need to figure out which parts these are on. I don't think it's this one. So we need parts 106, 109, 108, and 107. I've got 107 here. I think it might largely be on this sheet. Let's see, we've got 7. Some thick sprues here, wow. And then we'll need 106, 9, 8. Okay, that's 106 here. A lot of sprues around this. And then 9. Okay, so 109 and 108. Very little bits. Okay, they're these bits here. I'll just cut little sprues on them, just that I know which ones they are, and I'll get back to them. Let's do these 2 big bits first so I don't lose track of them. There's a lot of sprues on this here. Zoom this back in. Just cut off the worst of them, and then I'll come back through with the knife to clean it all up. You only want a knight as a display piece because they're so cool? Exactly. That they are so cool. That's why I really want to do this justice. And that's why I decided if I'm going to get a knight, I may as well get a big one to start with. Because I have no plans on playing the tabletop with it. I just want to make it look really cool. Such a massive sprue here. I didn't even realize it was a sprue. So what big one am I gonna get? Oh, okay. Sorry, is this one not big enough? This is easily the biggest mini I've done so far. For me, this is the big one. A lot of mold lines on this piece. But second to smallest, you said you wanted a big one. You wanted to do a big one justice. You figured this was practice for a big one. Is this the second to smallest of the knights? I assumed this was one of the big ones. It'd be cool to have a Death Guard knight. Yeah, that would be quite cool. I feel like that'd be a kit bash and a half, but would look really cool to do justice, yeah. Like, you'd have such a cool knight at the end of that. You'd probably need to get, like, a few a few of the Death Guard demon engines and just yoink parts from them just so that you could smash it all together. Warlord would take forever to do. That's not a knight at that point, though, is it? Oh, that's, oh no, 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 I'm thinking of Warhound. Okay, no, yeah, Warlord is, yeah. Never mind. Still, though, I think this one is big enough for me. This is big enough for me. For now. Sure, for now. But I've got such a large backlog of minis that for now is probably for the foreseeable future. Knight Dominus is cool. The Dominus is about the same size as the Questoris, isn't it? It just has, it has more weapons on its shoulders and that sort of thing. I made the conscious decision to go with the Questoris because it has more surface area to paint with. And it was a fair bit cheaper. Sounded like I said FNAF. We're not having any Freddy Five Nights in here. It's bigger? Okay. I assumed it was the same, just with more weapons on it. Too much backlog? Really? How many hundreds of dollars in shelving and totes do you have for stuff that's just in your inbox? Zero. Not enough inflation suppression happening. Jesus. You're just setting up your own shop front down there, Francois. That basement's just turning into a Warhammer store. Mutated Chaos Space Wolf is just a cursed furry space marine. Thanks, I didn't need to know that. But it's like a space wolf is just a furry space marine. I am biased against space wolves and ultramarines alike. Fight me. So many sprues on this one section. And mold lines out the wazoo. I'm ready to clean up all these mold lines only to find out that this whole section is going to be concealed anyway, so it doesn't matter. So many plastic shavings. I think that's everything from the outside edge of this section. Do I have sandpaper with me? Not on hand. I've got some files here, but just for the mold lines, the knife is generally enough. Who would win, Death Guard or Khorne Berserkers? Probably Death Guard. And it's not so much that the Death Guard would win, it's just the Death Guard wouldn't lose. I feel like Death Guard are a pretty bad matchup for Khorne Berserkers. Because the Berserkers want to get up close and personal and beat the shit out of the Death Guard, but up close and personal is exactly where the Death Guard want to be, because then you're just exposed to all the putrid filth that surrounds them. And also, they're really hard to kill, yeah. Yeah, the simple answer, Death Guard, because they are very smelly. Okay, so this section, we figure out how this is meant to be. Like this. And like this, I believe. So it goes 1, 2, 3. And the other bits go in underneath there, so we won't glue this just yet. (109) and 108. Oh, that bit just fell off my desk. Oh yeah, so we've got 108 there, 109 here. Okay, and so this bit go in here with the cables facing upwards. This is 109, so it will go down the back over here like that. should orcify a Lehman Rust tank. That would be cool. Unfortunately, I don't have a Lehman Rust tank, and I do not have any interest in buying one. Yeah, I think Guard and Orcs are probably relatively low on the list of armies that I'm interested in getting at the moment. I'm sure I'll probably become interested in them at some point. I mean, I was never really interested in Space Marines or Chaos, but I've really learned to like the building of some Dark Angels, and I have fallen in love with Thousand Suns. So I'll probably come round to Orcs and Guard. Just not super keen on them at the moment. Oh, need a stretch, man. I feel like we're not getting anywhere. I felt like I was making progress with the legs, but we've gotten to here, and it's just like this fiddly panel, which is just one part of the chassis of the body. Oh, it's gonna take so long to put together. Oh my, it's so much more to do. Okay, so over here, this is a Questoris alternate build. So it looks like I've started doing the Canis Rex because I've put the this knee pad on. Whatever, it'll be my own free blade. I guess it's decided we're doing a free blade of some kind. Either that, or I can just fiddle around with the knee pad. Well, I guess if we come over to Knight Questoris instructions, it'll probably show us how to do the cockpit the way we want to do it. Let's see the instructions here: 106, 109, 108, 107, 106, 109, 108, 107. Okay, we'll just resume from here, because this is the setup that we want. Because at the front, well, actually, it comes out much the same anyway. The only point of difference seems to be the little man, in whom I have no interest. So yeah, we'll go from here because this one doesn't have any details to do with the little man. So you left, your tablet died? That's all good, mate. Yeah, I think the tedious part about this section that I'm doing is I have no idea what it's going to look like. So I don't really feel like I'm making progress because I don't know what's happening. I think maybe the arm is going to go in here. And so then the cockpit will be here, and then the other one will be there with the other arm, and then the shoulder plate will go over the top. I think that's what'll happen. But it just doesn't really look like anything. At least with the legs, as I was building it, I was like, oh yeah, it's all coming together. I have no idea what this is. But at least for the next bit, we'll build the other half of it now. Biggest boy. This is the biggest boy, Lyle. It's gonna be huge. Look at this thing. Like, that's just the legs. Can I show the box? One sec. So, that's the box. This is what Mechanicus fabrication hours look like. I think I've got a pretty light workload compared to Mechanicus fabricators. Quite large. It is quite large. Like, these are the parts. These are the sheets that it's gonna build out of. There's so much plastic. Okay. So, we've got the other side of the cockpit is going to be this bit here. It's a pretty big box. It's a pretty big box. I'd say it's probably the it's actually not the biggest box I have, because I've got the Leviathan box, but that has an absolute shitload of minis in it. This is just one mini for this big box. Yeah, it's 4.5 sheets of plastic for one mini. Okay, we'll just glue these bits on before we start cleaning up all of the edges there, just so that it's a bit more time efficient. Imagine the amount of leftover sprues I would have. Mate, my desk is covered in plastic right now. It's probably all through my carpet. Hello, fellas. Hello, hello. How you going? Well, you're awake, but that's just because you know a certain update came out 20 minutes ago. I see. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd be just awake. Oh, just awake. But yeah, for that certain update, I will probably only be available to play later on tonight. Because I've got to do a fair bit of mowing before the sun sets. So I'm probably going to do as much of this, the chest plate chassis as I can. And then call the stream at that point. Because there's no way I am finishing this whole build before the yeah, like finishing this whole build before the end of this stream. Who plays Darktide? I have played it. I played it a bit, not a whole lot. But yeah, it was pretty fun. I preferred Vermintide, I think. Yeah, I feel like unfortunately it's not even necessarily just the gunplay with Darktide. But I feel like at least the aesthetic of it just isn't that appealing. Where like Vermintide is really like aesthetically pleasing. Darktide is just, I know it's in the name, but it's just too dark in my opinion. It just like doesn't really um it doesn't have that same aesthetic appeal to me that Vermintide did. New Space Marine 2 looks sick. I am so hyped for Space Marine 2. It is going to be insane. Game looks awesome. More model kits later, you have a base. I see you've been digging through the resources. Isn't Darktide more like Necromunda in its setting? I'm not super familiar with Necromunda, but Darktide is it is set in a hive city that's been sort of overrun by chaos. I believe Nurgle is the the main villain. It's all like Nurglite infestation and shit. I don't know if it's actually explicitly Nurgle. It might be Nurgle and Khorne, but yeah, it's all just like Hive City stuff, which I feel like they could have done more with. Instead, it's just like all really just dark and hard to see, and it's like I understand it's called Dark Tide, but I feel like you could have done more with the setting. It's a bit disappointing for me. Wouldn't a file be better for flattening out those nubs? Maybe. But I mean, the knife does it well enough. And I don't have to switch back and forth between things to do so. It is Nurgle followers, tons of Balefire, right? Yeah, okay. Oxbursters, right? Yeah. But yeah, like as much as I did still enjoy my time playing Darktide, but I think because I had played Vermintide before it, like since I had already been exposed to Vermintide, I could like it just felt like a slightly I had that point of reference, and so it wasn't as enjoyable as it could have been. Because Vermintide is an absolutely fire game. I think there's some general chaos with demon infestations. Yeah. Ooh, nearly lost that one. These bits need to go here. And now, while that sets, we can get rid of all these sprues around the outside edge. Are there Tyranids involved as well? Not in Darktide to my knowledge. It's just Nurgle. Whereas in Space Marine 2, there's going to be... It's a shitload of Tyranids and Chaos from the looks of it, which will be very, very cool. You got a giant $150 model. Of course, it needs an epic base. What's another $20 in materials? Yeah, I can respect that. I will probably dig through and convert some of the other minis I have into the base for this, and that'll help me cut through the wall of plastic as well. No Tyranids in Darktide. You think about Space Hulk? I forgot about Space Hulk. I played it a little bit. I wasn't a huge fan of the gunplay. Like Chaos Gate. I'm not familiar with that one. One sec. I'm interested now. Chaosgate Demon Hunters. Oh, okay. I think I've seen so it's like is it like XCOM? It looks kind of like XCOM. Is it like that? Kind of same sort of idea as Mechanicus, except just with Space Marines instead? The hardest fuck turn-based strategy, Battle Sector, and Sanctus Reach are fun too. Righto. Yeah, because I feel like most Warhammer games released in recent years have been kind of disappointing, so I'd kind of checked out of a lot of them. Like, the only recent-ish Warhammer games that I've played have been Dawn of War 3, which I was quite disappointed in. Then there was Vermintide 1 and 2, which are good. Darktide, which is alright, it's decent. And Mechanicus, which was quite fun. But it's just because they release so many Warhammer games, I'm a little bit... I always assume that when a Warhammer game comes out, it's going to be bad. So I'm like playing Chaosgate, it's XCOM style. Righto, yeah. I mean, if Mechanicus is anything to go off, then I'm sure it's probably quite good. Because Mechanicus, they executed quite well. And that was also an XCOM style. You love Darktide? Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun when I was playing it, but I just, it kind of, the novelty wore off for me. It is very satisfying playing as the Ogryn and just walking around, just backhand slapping the enemies to death. Like, when I was last standing as the Ogryn, I fought to the end of a wave, and then all that was left was some of the armored enemies, and I was using the one-handed club, and so the special melee is that you just slap them back and forth, and it is like no damage. And so I just spent like 2 minutes slapping these guys to death because they were the last ones, and all the randoms in my team were just like cheering as it was happening. Quite good. You love how they turn into red paste when you kill them with a bolter. Yeah. I feel like just with the Ogryn, just cleaving through massive groups of them is so satisfying. Are you going to get a blood sacrifice for the relic blade? Quiet you, I've been very careful. nub maker. Not this again. I'm telling you, my thumb has become blade proof. I have triumphed over the blood god. We'll say that in Darktide, the power hammer that the Zealot gets is very satisfying. Yeah, I guess that's like that's one thing that Darktide does have over Vermintide is the power melee weapons are really cool. Where like in Vermintide, the weapons they're all just like they're just medieval weapons. You just cleave through people. It's still a lot of fun. But Darktide, when you have the the weapons where you can just like charge them up and then just launch people, is really cool. It's a mighty boast. Look, it's held true so far, Francois. I have yet to wound myself this stream. Horn's power is waning. I think ever since I welcomed Kairos Fate Weaver into my room, I have been shielded from the influence of Khorne. No longer shall there be blood for the blood god. Your superior knife skills are saving my fingers. They are. Although remember, one of the bloodlettings did happen after you told me how to use the knife. That was it. There's only so much that superior knife skills can do when the wielder is stupid. In Vermintide, most of the satisfying melees comes from the abilities like Assassin Cerulean or Holy Knight Kruber. Yeah, but I feel like Vermintide, the general combat just feels so smooth that it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, right, it's Kairos, not the hours of instruction you gave me. I'm telling you, it's the Lord of Change. What else could it be? Oh, you saw those are not the skills you taught me. Look. I don't have any... I was gonna try to defend myself, but I've got nothing. These are my derivative knife skills. See, I've taken your teachings and I've expanded on them. That's how all new martial arts are born. This is closer to a martial art than a carving technique. Okay, next bits are C1, C37, and C25. Doesn't look like any of those bits are on here. Not on that one. Expanded them for corn. Look, I don't know in what I can't say in what direction the techniques have been expanded upon in. That is most definitely not a martial art, my friend. Would you accept it just as a martial practice? So 137.25. Yeah, we got 37 here. There's nothing martial or artistic about my movements. Okay, so martial is off the table entirely. And we got 25 here. Yeah, I was hoping I'd at least be able to get martial, even if it's not artistic. Building is more fun in this hobby, in your opinion? I really enjoy both building and painting. I feel like there's like different levels of satisfaction. Because the building is just... I'm not going to say mindless, but it's like, it's just so relaxing because you can just take your time and just... You can, like, you can physically see the thing growing in front of you. Whereas like painting is much more focused, for me at least. The martial practice in the same way a toddler flailing its arms is a threat. Look, the toddler can hurt you though. Like one wrong one wrong swing and you're in a lot of pain. Same with my knife. One wrong swish and there's blood. Also, I don't think I should describe my use of the of the knife using the term swish, because I think that gives away a bit too much about how I'm using the knife. Probably not the right kind of practice. Maybe swing. Gatling gun is the best, FYI. For the arm mounts. I'll have a look at what they've got there. I still haven't gotten that far. What is this? This little... A bit of steel wool left over from the factory? There's a little bit of steel wool in here. I don't even know if it's steel wool, if it's just foam or something. Be glad it's Francois judging my blade use and not you, bud. You'd be a lot less lenient. Brother, you have been judging my blade use for already. Don't act like you're not. Bring a match to it? No. I need to put a battery up against it, just a 9-volt. You have a lot more to say, but you keep your mouth shut for Nub Maker. The blade thirsts for blood. And you will see it sated. You haven't been judging, you've been making fun of it and goading me to make a sacrifice. Why do you all wish for my downfall? Oh my, no. Please, no blood. Please, no blood. We're safe. We're safe. No blood drawn, just a little crease on the thumb. This is what happens when you... you guys are throwing me off. You want content, damn it. Is this not enough for you? What must I do until you're satisfied? So close. Shut up. You should not be happy about this. Alright, yeah, what did I say before? I've been telling you guys, my thumb is blade proof. It is physically impossible to draw blood out of my thumb anymore. What are you doing? Your thumb just saved you and you give up on the technique immediately. I'm making use of the technique. I'm just adapting it. Trust me, I am very responsible. Especially with bladed implements. Let's test that claim for real, big guy. Jeez, what are you suggesting? I can't just go out and, like, commit self-harm on stream. Oh, that scalpel along my thumb. Jeez, chill. Is that so to try using a sharper blade? What is with you guys? I'm the one with the big claims. Look, I I can't argue with this. Just keep staring at the giant vein on the left thumb. What giant vein? What are we looking at? Is my skin that translucent? Oh, hang on. I think I can vaguely see it. Is it this bit here? Is that what we're looking at? Also, why are you just looking at the giant vein on my thumb? Or is it along there? Also, what are you hoping for by staring at the vein on my left thumb? What do you want to happen? Yeah, the second one along here. Yeah, what do you want to happen with that? That's kinda sus. Warning, controversial take. You don't like Eldar, they are very annoying and think too highly of themselves. I don't think it's that controversial to state that Eldar think too highly of themselves. Brother, why are you drawing the blade towards you? Immediately followed by swoosh. That's too funny. Okay. Okay. Hello. Are we back? OBS has been rebooted. Are we back? I think we're here. Yes. Hello. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, don't know what happened there. Yeah, that was a weird one. I just saw, yeah, I think it's going to buffer for a bit while it tries to catch up. Yeah, out of the corner of my eye, I saw like a warning on the YouTube screen there. But my, pro tip, close your porn tabs before streaming. But then what am I going to look at on my second monitor, Francois? Like, come on, you can't really expect me to do that. One sec, my my YouTube screen has just locked up, so I'll just refresh that real quick so that I can make sure I know when the stream drops out again, like it inevitably will. Cool. Nah, that's crazy. Yeah, thank you, Chaos. Thank you. I'm glad someone understands. Frames are dropping. It looks okay on my end. I know it was stuttering for a bit. I think it should come back in a second. But yeah, it's entirely possible my computer issue as well. Oh no, hey Jack, what's up? Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. Gonna try to get this one little section together at least, just so that we have a nice spot to stop. And then we'll probably call it for the day, I reckon. But hello, if we are here, I'm trying to get this working. We might just call the stream in a second, though. It looks like YouTube's getting some of the stuff. But yeah, just to reiterate, I'll just finish this little section, because it's probably going to drop out again in a second. So I'm just going to try to get this part of the torso put together, and then I'll probably call it for the day, because we've been going for almost 5 hours now anyway. Slideshow stream. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. I don't know what's been happening with it. Yeah, sometimes YouTube just starts freaking out. My YouTube monitor there's died again, so I'm not actually sure if we're still going. But I'll just power on through if we can. The audio is cutting out. Wow, okay. Crazy. What is happening? Yeah, I have no idea why it's just started freaking out like this. Okay. We've got these 3 bits here. So I believe weird, YouTube ended my stream, but you closed the video and entered the stream and I'm still here. What? It is quite strange. Now I have no idea what this is actually meant to look like here. So I set this down like this. And then I get this like this. And then this bit like this. This is a very weird connection. Okay, so that goes like that. Not a whole lot of surface area. Hey, but let's give this a shot. Ribbed tubey part is his rib cage and chest. Okay. Attach a side piece first. Are we sure? That might make it easier. I've already got the glue on this, so I think I might just see if I can do this first. And if I struggle, then I will go back into a side piece. Oh, whoops, I put the glue on the wrong bit there. Oh well. Shouldn't cause too much grief. Push fit it all before glue. Yeah, well, this one doesn't push fit, but I see where it's meant to sit. Hello, Harley Noah. You've caught us at the tail end of the stream, but yeah, you just missed out on some of the technical difficulties. Okay, yeah, there's no structure there. I'll do what you said. I'll put a side on first. Although this bit here, I don't think I'll need to put a side on first for, because it just goes straight on. That's not right? Okay, fair enough. This bit here, however, is right. I can do this. Yeah, I know that this bit does push fit. And so these sections... Need to figure out which side is the front and which one's the back. The bits that face towards the front should have the round bit on that section. So this one should go on this side. Like that. And then that one should go here, like this. And then this bit in the back, but I'd click the stuff around it. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Francois. Okay, yep, cool. Makes sense. I have the instructions right in front of me. They're not particularly straightforward. I don't really understand what they're trying to say because you see here, this section, they tell you to glue all 3 parts of the middle together first. So I was quite lost. Yeah, I see now that that section's meant to go there. He thinks it would be cool to have Doom in 40k. It's called the Grey Knights. Each of them is a Doom Slayer. And now that I see where this goes, I should just be able to snap this one in. Yeah, and now I can do the sides. Doom and Grey Knights. Oh, okay. I reckon they occupy much the same niche, though. Twelve viewers and 20 likes, that's a record, isn't it? I think I think it is, yeah. I don't know why, but this stream has been going quite hard, so thanks everyone. I think we peaked at 14 viewers earlier, but the likes are definitely a lot higher than anything I've gotten on a stream before. So that is very cool. Sub to your channel. Thanks, thanks F15. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging around for this long, by the way. Always good to have people in the chat to talk to when I'm doing these sorts of things. Also up to 315. No way am I up to 315 subs. I started this stream at like 304. I normally get like 1 or 2 subs a stream. There is no way. You got too much free time on your hands? Mate, I appreciate it. It makes my life a little bit easier. Lurkers are the lifeblood of streams. They truly are, yeah. I am in fact at 315 subs. That's crazy. Thank you so much, guys. I really was not expecting it to shoot up that much in the one stream. Long streams are great, but I should edit it down to smaller chunks for re-uploading. Yeah, that it was like one thing that I was planning on doing a lot, but it's so much easier just to stream for a long period of time. I know that videos get so much more traffic, but it's just such a chore for me to sit down and do the like the editing of the whole thing. That's what my originally when I was over in Japan doing the videos there, I couldn't stream because my laptop wasn't powerful enough, so I was just recording on my phone and then editing it down like that. But I ended up spending about as much time editing as I did painting, and it took the wind out of my sails a bit. What are we at? It's a whole lot of really small fiddly bits from here. I think, honestly, I might call it here, just because we've had some technical issues, and I don't know when they'll come back today or not. And just because I've got a lot of mowing to do before the sun goes down. But yeah, this has been a great stream. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. This is the single biggest mini that I have ever touched, and I think it's going to look great when it's done. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we've got the legs and a lot of the torso. We've got the plating for the legs, and then we've got a banner as well. So that's all going to come together really, really nicely when we get it there. Don't really need to edit this kind of content, just break it down into hour-long chunks. Yeah, maybe I'll give that a shot. The thing is, I have I feel like a bit of a perfectionist when I am doing editing on things. Like if I am editing a video, I want to do it I want to go hard on it. I want to try to do it properly and put a bit of production value in it because it's something that I'm putting my name to. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, this has been really good. Also love to see small niche streams that don't have thousands of viewers saying random things every second. Yeah, I really like the little community we have going here. It's nice just being able to sit down and chat and just hold a conversation with the same people. I feel like once a stream gets to a certain size and the chat is just zooming past, it's hard to keep track of who's saying what. So this is really cool. Just, yeah, having a group of people just to chat to. Just got back into Warhammer and your base coat spray bubbled. I had a similar thing when because I took a long break and I came back and I sprayed on the base coat for, what is it called? Necron Night Scythe. This thing here. And when I sprayed the base coat for it, I had a lot of bubbles and that sort of thing. And so I ended up having to soak it in isopropyl alcohol and then redo it. But yeah, I mean, it's just paint at the end of the day. You can always fix it. It's just a pain sometimes. This is a chill chat. I don't know how long you've been here, Harley. This chat is not chill. These guys wish for me to... These guys pray for my downfall. Anytime this thing comes anywhere near my hand, there are calls for blood. No, yeah, it's a great little community. I'm really grateful for what we've got here. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna clean up my desk of all this this mountain of excess plastic, and then I'm gonna go and mow some lawns. But yeah, thanks as always for coming by, everybody. Thank you anybody new who's decided to stop by and have a chat or subscribe. It's been really good. I'll see you guys next time. I'll probably be streaming in, I think, 3 days. So it's Tuesday for me. I'll be streaming again on Friday for me. And I'll probably be able to do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday back to back to back. So we should be able to get some more streams going with some better regularity. Yeah. Thanks as always, guys.